Well, now we're going to do a coyote head. Very similar to like the fox heads and stuff. Yep, here's one. It's a fox, but I done him the same way that I'm doing this guy. They seem to be kind of catching on a little bit. You can get shoulder mounts for pretty much a lot of the little critters like groundhogs and raccoons and stuff like that, and that's probably pretty good. Cheaper than a full body mount. You know, now they don't have to just get a full body mount. We're gonna do an open mouth. It's gonna be a wall pedestal. Right now it's just a regular pedestal, but I'll use, if you look at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see that threaded rod coming out of the bottom of it. We're gonna either unscrew that out or cut it off, whichever is easier, and then we're just gonna make a back for it, and so the customer can hang it on the wall. And I like to use this as a reference. It's out of a Van Dyke's catalog, and it's installing artificial jaw sets. Tells you to look at live reference. You know, you can read what it says up there about finding the pivot point between the upper and lower jaw, and using a Dremel tool to Dremel it all out. And I actually like to use this reference to show how deep to put my teeth for like an open mouth. It just works out good for me because that's what I'm doing, and so it just and the jaw set's probably very similar, and you can't hardly muck it up, because if you Dremel too much, you can build it back up with epoxy sculpt or something like that. Now the pivot plate for the lower jaw, I guess you say where the lower jaw comes up, there it goes about like that, and I would say just right in between the mouth, about as good as you can get it in between the upper and lower mouth. I'm thinking about right here. Definitely behind the eye. About right there. Oh, let's see. I think about like this. No, something like this. See about like that. Hard to find the right way to put it. There we are. Next time we use this center cut, this one right here, and go all the way back to this pivot. I guess you could say right here where the lower jaw and upper jaw kind of hinge together. And sorry about all the lines, but I'm using the one that's in the middle the most. That's the one I'm going to use. And you want to go, I like to go pretty much right in between upper and lower jaw if I can, you know. That's my goal. There we are. Pretty good enough right there. Yeah. So I've done that. Now about right here. Back to that pivot. There you go. Now we know it's plenty long enough on both sides, and we'll just take off what we need to take off, and all this of course is going to be cut off and Dremeled out. Pick out my hacksaw blade. I'm going to cut some of this extra stuff off so I don't have to deal with it. It's going to stay below the mouth, that's for sure. You don't want to get into the integrity of the mouth when you keep running. Well, now my goal is to have the lower jaw and see how the gum kind of relates to the lower jaw and the teeth and the tongue and all that. That's my goal, to make it look like that. That's the bottom jaw. The top jaw is going to be the same thing. You know, kind of, I'll use reference picture to determine how far down I want the top teeth to show. On Howling Coyote, sometimes the top teeth don't show at all. But, you know, he is open mouth, but not that wide. So it's, I don't know, I'm just gonna look at reference pictures and see what comes up best. But it is open mouth, and with these as references, you know, even dremeling the gum, the artificial mouth, if I have to do a little dremeling with it, you know, I'll do that too. And do a lot of test fitting, lots of test fitting. That's how you make sure everything fits good. All this has got to come off. It probably will be better with a sanding bit. We got a sanding bit right here. And I got several others. This will probably work. So I'm probably going to go that route. I see the outline of where I'm supposed to go with it. You know, you see it right here. I didn't mark it, but you can see it. And all that above it's got to be dremeled off. You see that? Oh, that's got to be dremeled out. My goal, of course, is to cut right up to the lip line without messing with the, you know, the structure of the form or anything. Go up to the lip line, you know. All that's got to be cut out. Yeah, but it makes it easier for y'all to see. I actually do this on my deer heads because my eyes aren't super good. So I do it on my deer heads, so I can see where the lip line is better. But y'all get to see a little bit better too. And just all this got to dremel it down so the mouth insert will fit inside. We got to dig all that out. Now, without even seeing, I know I'm going to cut it here because I know that'll make life a lot easier. St. Charles says one in the picture is what I'm getting at. So you can't go wrong there. Okay. As you can tell, this is the lower jaw, obviously. And I got it about like this. You can mash it into the form a little bit to give you an idea where you don't want a whole lot up front. I mean, you can, and you don't want it so far back. But you don't need a lot up front. And this is the perfect size for it, so it'll be a good fit right there. Yeah. Make sure everything's lined up. Should be able to just eyeball it real good and get it very, very close. You know where it needs to be. Then I like to grab maybe a pin or something. Yeah, alignment is everything. So just center everything and draw everything in. And basically you want to make sure, first at the bottom there's not going to matter that much anyway. Plus I got an imprint, so I know all I gotta do is do that. I kind of know what I need to drill with. Checking periodically as I go. Skin is also going to take up a little bit of space, so something else to consider. You want a good fit, not super loose, not super tight either. You want a little bit of room, tuck that skin down in there. You know, whatever skin you can deem that you need, and whatever skin that you want to cut off, you know. In the past, I've got them to fit, but I'm talking the foam was so thin you could see the jaw sticking to the bottom a little bit. You know, it's good enough where it was going to work, but that was that without doing any alterations to the jaw. So I've got it to work, but a lot of times the lower jaw, you'll see it with the foam. But that's how far I had to trim it. So you can still make it work without tampering with the lower jaw, but we'll leave it up to you. And of course what we'll do, do some good fits. Oh, that's going to fit beautifully. But way not deep enough. See, all this has got to sink down. All this got to sink down this far. You want to catch just a hint of the gum line all the way around. But not this much. All this got to be drilled down. You want to catch a hint of that gum line, but not much. And you figure the skin will take a little bit of that off. But you want it to look about like this, and you can get it. But it's going to be, you're going to eat away a lot of foam. Or it's going to show through the bottom maybe even. But you can get it to work. You want it evenly dug where the teeth are level and all that good stuff. And you just got to keep pre-fit, drill a little bit more, pre-fit, drill a little bit more, pre-fit. I'll show you when we get down to just about where it needs to be. Well, as you can tell, I got super paper thin. I don't like how much the gum shows up here up front, but if you notice on the Coyotes, they got a little bit of an upper lip, or a lower lip that kind of goes up behind the lower canines there, and that should buy me enough room, you know, to cover everything. I think I'm about as good as I can get, in other words. In fact, I dremeled paper thin up there because I know I need tucking room for the skin, and so I went paper thin, even to the point of showing a little bit. And you can see right here where the bottom of the jaw is coming through on both sides, but it's good enough, and I didn't have to worry about tampering around with the lower jaw, you know, as far as cutting the plastic off and stuff, because I don't like doing that if I can keep from it. But see, I've got plenty of tucking room, you know, on both sides, even the lower up front, you know, I got just enough. And if I remember correctly, those lower canines, you can kind of see them. I think they do extend out about right to there or something. I'm sure that's about where it's at. But I'll make sure when I glue it precisely where I need it. Now to the upper jaw. I went ahead and marked it so I can see it better and you can see it better. I dremeled right up to the outline of the upper lip. Now everything is break down. I may do a little bit more trimming up here. I didn't quite get it all. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to have a wide mouth opening. You have a little bit of a mouth opening, but it's not going to be wide. Definitely not going to be wide. It's just almost like it's barely open. You know, barely open. But hey, that's okay. We'll work with it. We'll make it work. Now, the upper canines are a little bit behind the back ones. So I'm going to assume the upper canines are going to be, that's actually pretty good for that. I'm thinking about, I don't know, about right here. I've already got an idea. The upper canines are going to be, so they're going to be in front. So they're going to want to be about right here. So I'll center it. Yeah. So they'll be a little bit in front, so I'll put it about right here. And we'll dribble more if we have to as we go. But now as far as aligning everything up, that's what we got going on right there. I hit my pen. A pencil would probably be better. But I don't like marking on it. Yeah, pencil works good. It doesn't seem to mark up everything real bad. Down on that side. Got an outline of what we got to dream, makes our life a lot easier. Still got to do a lot of trial feeding. Then just place out my lead markings. And that's it. I was running this down a little bit to show you me trial fitting it a little bit, but I got a lot of digging to do. Not a lot, but definitely trying to pre-trial fit. I remember where the upper canines are supposed to go, so I'm pretty much right here where I need to be. Definitely need to be wider. Each other teeth are kind of pointing outwards. I got to dribble more in the back. Quite a bit more actually. So all this has got to come down probably at least another 3/8 of an inch on this side. So just keep on dribbling. And once I get my depth, then I'll just eat a little bit out from the outer extremities on both sides, and that's how I get my cooking room. My depth is my main thing right now. Soft as this foam is, you can almost press this a little bit. Mash it down real hard and get it where it needs to go. I've done that before. I don't dribble so much in the middle, but more on the ends. That's got it, pretty much. Pretty much. Actually, a lot of times in your reference photos, the upper teeth don't even show much. So it looks like I could dribble a little bit more and call it good, you know what I mean? Remember where my upper canines need to pop out at. Definitely need to dribble more out in the front too. No cooking room or nothing. Very little on the side here. A little bit more out of the front here. bit more in the back as far as depth, and we're good. Just a little bit more. See, like a lot of these poses, you don't see all these. Here. All right. This is the anatomy of this pose. The upper canines and the bottom ones are just about going to touch. I can dribble a little bit more. Yeah, the front canines show a little bit. Okay. Definitely not wide enough, so I'll dribble around a little bit, like right in here. Okay, if you look from the front, that's kind of like what the reference picture has. You know, not showing a lot, but about that much, I guess. And not much is shown of the other canines. So that's about it. I see little places up here where I could Dremel, you know, for tucking. See places there and there. And a little bit right in here. I could even mark places where I think I need to Dremel a little bit. Like right in here. Well, right in here. To about right in there. Right in here. I could Dremel a little. Of course, around the canines, which is already deathly thin right there. So probably not so much there. That's a mess up. But yeah, definitely right here. And maybe just a hair bit more right in here. A hair bit more right in here. That's going to be good enough. Kind of got little places right in here, right in there, maybe right in here, and then leave just enough room to tuck, and he'll be good. Okay, we kind of got it. A little bit of tucking room, enough tucking room on both sides. He's going to look fine. Now he's ready. The form, now all I gotta do is put the eyes in. We got the Dremel tool again, and got a lot of times what I'll do on these is just Dremel the nose out, and you can see like a little spot right there where a Dremel tool would fit real good, a little drill bit, and I just go right in right there. That's right here. That's really all I do. The nose, there's a little bit of padding that'll be left on the nose, just a little bit. And that'll be enough to kind of, you've got your form and everything, your formation. At least that's the way I do them, you know. And I don't know how important it is to do this. A lot of times I don't mess with it. But I guess you could, like right here, where the nose kind of overlaps around. I guess you can take a little bit of that out, you know, make it more accurate. But usually there's enough cartilage on the Coyote or Fox or whatever you're doing. That don't matter though. If you know the anatomy of the animal's nose, they usually don't cut that much off. You know, it will kind of come around. And you know how animals' nose is. They're, you know, coyotes, or dogs, or a fox, all the same thing. And that's really all I do. We've got some preset Coyote eyes, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner. Usually, these are good and flat enough. I'll just sheet some super glue on there and put them in place. And if your eye pupils are a little bit off, like maybe towards an inside corner on one side, I make sure that side is on the outside. Because it's real easy to have a Coyote where his eyes look a little bit cross-eyed. So if you buy some pupils and you buy some eyes and pupils over to one side, the side that it's closest to, you want it on the outside. That way you're avoiding any kind of cross-eyed look. I've run into that before. But what a lot of times I'll do is I'll just put a little super glue in here. And there's like a little seating place where you can tell the eyes kind of seat. Right in there. I mean, I like this because it's a lot less headache for me. I'm not the best in the world at trying to make eyes fit if they don't already fit, if you know what I mean. So, pupil is pretty much centered on these, so I don't have to worry about, you know, how I place the pupil or which side the pupil is facing towards. These are a good fit. That's all we gotta do. Pretty well set themselves. Set themselves. There you go. Okay, a lot of times, unless the Coyote's like real excited or something, usually the eyelid rides right above the pupil. I guess because they're always out in the sun or something. So I have noticed that. So I guess when applying my clay, I'm going to keep that in mind. And I don't use a whole lot of clay because you really don't have to. Mainly a lot of skin there, and I'll come back with water. I'll make it look right, you know. And most of the lower part of the pupil really shows, so I don't want to cut a whole lot of that off. At least according to the reference picture that I'm using, and I've used it countless times. I guess you could say it's easy to put too much clay if you're not careful. And there is an actual line, I like that. It shows it's where the inside corner of the hair like this. It comes in handy. You can go ahead and use a little bit of like a marker or something. Kind of help you out on that inner tear duct, you know. I can only kind of like really show you one eye good. Otherwise you'd just be seeing the back of my head. And I'm running that to O-line. I've actually already got too much clay really towards the bottom and all that, too much clay. But because I'm looking and seeing how much eye shows, and it's a lot of eye, especially at the bottom. Okay, it comes around. Let's see, the eyelids are about straight out across. So, yeah, you can go online and find a good picture, but I've got an old book that I've used countless times. So it's I've put me to use this book again. It's a good reference picture. Preferably it's straight on. I see a lot of good, from the side a little bit, but if you can find one straight on, you're kind of like better off kind of to do that. Definitely comes down right out here. Yeah. We got all this. Okay. Already got that through here. Through here. Picking the top of the people a little bit, things like, and come down. Kind of when these eyelids will come right through here. Some people go as far to build, little worms and make eyelids with them. I don't think that's good. I'll make a good looking eyelid. Part of this guy is right here. There. Alright. He's about right there. And then, yeah, that's about right. And then the upper eyelid comes right across. And down. Right there. This is basically it right here. There it is. It's a little bit upward. Because they believe in the clay is his eyelids and everything. And it helps you do better work. Well, that's good for me for that one. It's riding kind of up to where it's riding up about the right place too. Of course, all this is near cured up right here. Going to come over about right here. Yeah, right there. I'm replicating this picture right here. You see they can make it a little bit more rounder on the bottom here. So I may round him off a little bit more. That's the picture I'm using. This is the eye I'm doing. I'm using the pupil as reference more so than anything else. I definitely need to round off right in here. More rounder, I guess. Right word. Take some of this clay off down there. Starting to look better already. I just want it real good and round on the bottom to keep it pretty much. So I'll keep replicating that. That's good. About the lowest spot right here. And it comes right up. And the upper alley takes over and comes across through here. That's pretty close. That's where we get it right. Pretty close. Maybe deeper right here than anywhere. Right here. Right there. Yeah. There we go. Alright. That was pretty good. then we do the other eye like this. And just replicate it. And I'll show you what we got when I'm done. It doesn't hurt to take your time on the eyes, get them right, because the eyes are the mirror to the soul of the mount. Like they say, the eyes are the mirror to the soul. So I'll take my time on the eyes and I'll show you what I got. Okay, here's kind of what I got. Tell the upper eyelid kind of rides with the top of the pupil. A majority of the pictures I see, unless he's excited, that's what he's doing, is the eyes are riding to the top of the pupil, kind of. Or the pupil is riding to the top of the eyelid. And I wanted them kind of straight across, the upper eyelids. I wanted a little symmetry. I think it's pretty close. I think once you get the, Coyote on and put some eyelids and stuff in, he'll look fine. Okay, this is kind of what I got now. And you figure glue and the eyelids and the skin around the eye and everything, and that's when it counts the most, but this helps. Okay, that's kind of what I got. Okay, in the past, I've done it before. I went ahead and glued the mouth in and just tucked, because I wanted to make sure I left tucking room anyway. And a lot of times I will, or I have, but it'll be so much easier to go ahead and tuck the skin where it needs to go, and then insert the jaws and glue them in. It'll be so much easier. So I think I'm going to wait this time. But in the past, I have just glued the mouth stuff in and then tuck around it and just. But it's a lot harder. I mean, you gotta. It'll be a lot easier if the jaw's out of the way when I'm tucking skin, like in the inside corner of the mouths and all that stuff. But a lot of times it's a good. Sometimes you have a little bit of a problem like getting the jaws to fit after you tuck and everything, but you just got to do a real good job. And I'll probably put the teeth in for reference, because I know on the lower canines there's some skin that rides up, right through, right up back in here, and I want to show that because it shows it's kind of part of it. So I'll probably end up showing that some. And so I want to make him look right, But I'll get back with you when we start tucking the skins. Now, a lot of times I will, like on the Coyote, to get the skin to, a lot of times if the clay, I'm afraid the clay's going to crack and fall out or something, I'll put some kind of like contact cement or something on it just to keep the clay from falling out. I hadn't had no problems, like having my eyes to stay in place or anything. Using my hide paste glue or whatever I use for the eyes. So that's kind of what's going on. But I'll get back with you a little bit later. Well, he's not thawed out yet. As far as the lips goes, let's see. I'm going to grab as much of that gum as possible. I really had too much and not enough. You can always cut off the excess, I got my X-Acto knife. Good sharp blade. Getting well below the gum line for tucking. So I'm going to have plenty of tucking room. Just cutting well below. I'll get what I can get while I'm sitting there waiting for him to thaw out for several hours. I mean, several. Like 3 or 4 hours or something. It's unbelievable. How long it takes them to thaw out. You figure they're like a block of ice. Literally, that's what they are, is a block of ice. And there's nose cartilage. I'll cut through the nose cartilage about right here. I'm already through. If he's not like bleeding a whole lot and all that stuff, I'm gonna go ahead and, that way it's less handling later after he thaws out. If he's already thawed out around the lips, it's just inside the neck and all that where he's real stiff. Basically, I know I've got more than enough cartilage. And at a real high gum line spot, just above his canines here. There is, I don't know, the molars in the back. I guess it's crunchers or something. Like on people would be. Like it's crunchers. And he said I got pointy skin back in here. It's getting close to the inside tear duct. Get what I can get. Same with the lower lip. I get right up almost to the teeth. I mean, all that tucking room, you need every bit of it. If you need it, you got it. See how the skin goes up right there? It goes right below the upper canine. It's okay. Let's give a little reference picture right here. The real thing. Right here below the, I'm very high up on the gum line, like getting more than enough of what I need, you know. Bring this put it down as far as I can anyway. Yeah, cut that through there. So I managed to cut it even with his teeth, jaws froze shut. That helps. See, all we're going to use is the chest from about here on back. So anything else I'm not even going to use. It's going to get tossed. No need for it. My main concern, I'm going to get the other side, I have no idea. He's so froze. The side is so froze I can't really get to it. But you see how it is. All the way to about where the teeth are. You got to have plenty of gum for cutting, So, especially on open mouth, closed mouth, it's not that big of a deal. I'll get back with you a little bit later after he's thawed out a little bit better. He's not completely thawed out, but I have got to go to my other job. And good enoughly, at least I think he's thawed out good enough, is what I'm looking at. So, here's the other side. Remember, I'm going all the way up to that gum line, and that's on purpose. Trying to get all this skin on this guy that I can. And it's not like we're doing a full body mount, we're just doing the, the shoulder mount. So probably get to take a few little liberties as far as, waiting for them to thaw completely out. In the inside corner of the mouth, even we're in here, I'm going to go close to this teeth as we can and still be on gum, or skin at least. Yeah. Probably can't see it, maybe you can. There we are. And the skin under the jaw, it's hard to see. But you see me do it on the other side. Just when you get right in there, you want to get all that. You want to have more than enough because the inside corner of the mouth, I tend to get a lot of that if I can. Okay. My inside corner of the mouth, I know you can't see it, but I'm sure my hand is in the way. And he's froze. And the camera can't move. So, and all that skin inside the corner of the mouth, that's on purpose. I like to do that. And you do the same to the other side. He's dropped down now, but it was real high where you could see it. But inside corner of the mouth, go ahead and snip it right there. There you go. That's all about pulling that membrane away from the head. Now when it comes to the eyes, I like to go from the back forwards. And we already know it's just going to be, a shoulder mount. Find a good sharp knife here somewhere. Well, let's see what this knife does. Okay. Show you one leg and show you the other arm the same way. But main thing you want is this armpit area. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go, probably going to go straight up right through here, just like I would on a deer or anything. Make sure I have more skin than I'll need than not enough. Oh yeah, he's frozen solid still. Yeah, I'm sure these coyotes are good at stretching too, so that's a plus. And I pulled this down, relatively quite a bit, but I'll go right across right here. We've got plenty of breast right there. Like his brisket, Yeah, right there. And I'll probably make sure I got plenty of shoulder right here too. I'm under the skin, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage and cut all the way around on this guy. Make sure I have more than I need and not enough. See how he's coming off? And I'll come in on this side and meet it halfway. Might not be able to. It looks like I'm going to have to take this all the way around. Yeah, I think we're about there. But you get the idea. Okay, I'm through. Okay. I'm going to start peeling the skin back from the shoulder and all that stuff, bringing it forwards. Glasses off so I can see what I'm doing here. Not a lot of meat on him, but I've got to get him done and in the freezer until I can work on it next week. So that's what I got going on. Try not to put any holes. Here, I'll go up the elbow on this side too. I'll show you. I'll edit it later if I need be. Coming down, all this is coming down. And come down. All this right here. Yeah, it's not perfect, but at least I'm getting this in. It's gonna be more work later because I'm not skinning it out like I want to, but hey, it's alright. It's frozen anyway. I shouldn't even be doing this right yet, but I can't wait anymore. So, because of that, I am skinning it out right now. There's the skin, and that's the brisket area right here. Underneath there. Trying to get all this cold stuff skin out. They don't want to skin, you know. Especially right here. Oh, that's good stuff. You pull on it and see the membrane, and that's where you cut it. Unless it's frozen, then you're going to do like me and get a bunch of meat and stuff. Yeah, he's coming, even though he's froze, he's coming along. Right here, membrane, get all this stuff. I've gotten used to doing everything from except for the mouth. I do the mouth from the outside, you know, from the full front. And after I trim all that stuff, then pretty much everything else, I just kind of do as I'm working down, let gravity help me out. Gravity acts like an extra hand a little bit. Looks like that's where he got shot, right there in that front leg right there. Maybe a little bit somewhere else. Definitely got shot right there though. Brisket. Membrane and froze. See, I'm just kind of peeling him off like a sock and going with my knife blade. Well, I don't have time to mess with this anymore, so I am just going to cut him off right at the shoulder. Try my best not to cut. I'm just so I'm so pressed for time. I just can't. I have to do it. I just, you know. Time, ain't got time. Just gonna go back in the freezer again, and it'll be a lot easier to skin out anyway. I gotta toss this, and I'll get back with you in about a week. Well, we ended up grooming a little bit more out of my top of the head of my Coyote. I kind of wanted it where the upper teeth, he's just got an open mouth. He's not snarling or anything. So basically, you're not going to really see the upper canines. But that's going to be a good looking anyway. He'll just have an open mouth. There's not going to be snarling. So, got plenty of room to tuck around. So that's going to look pretty good. But just want to give you that update. Okay, now up here around the eyes, that clay, the clay dried. I went ahead and used some extra contact cement stuff that I had, and just kind of use it to kind of seal it in where it don't crack and fall off. And I tried to use this kind all-purpose cement on some fish fins, and it don't work. So you got to stick with that weldwood, that yellow stuff for carbon fins. But I found a use for it. I put it over the clay on the eyes, keeps the clay from falling out of the eyes. Now I'm going to make this where you can hang it on the wall. It's not going to be a pedestal mount when I'm done with it. You know, it's going to be something a little different. So basically, I just was getting an outline of him. We're going to cut that screw off also. Now we just cut this out with a jigsaw. Just the outline of his chest. The back. See that plywood is going to be on the back of him. Okay, I've got my yeah, this intricate stuff like this. I'm thinking I'm looking for more of something like with a jigsaw, I think. Well, I'm sure there's better tools out there to use for this. I've seen them actually. I guess like scroll saws and stuff. But basically, I'm going to go saw around through here, up through here, and get all this. And we're going to have our back for our Coyote. I'm going to go ahead and cut that middle rod off. There she goes. Pretty well up in there too, so that's good. I got it where I want it. Let's see. May do a little bit of trimming afterwards, even to the wood and to the foam or whatever. Shake it for 30 seconds rigorously. Ooh. That's on there pretty good. Let's see. Okay. It does set up pretty quick. It's setting up though. It won't be long. See you when that stuff dries. Well, I think it's dry enough. It's been less than an hour probably. Probably more like 45 minutes or so. I got me a knife with a blade. And I'm just cutting the excess off. There's a wall pedestal, or it was a pedestal mount. Had like an empty spot right there. You know how they do. So I got that kind of taken care of. Right here was a little bit off. We got relatively close, but still gonna have to do some trimming, probably with the jigsaw. Get some of this back down. And we'll end up putting it on a deer head stand. Center it right in the middle here so we can work on it. We're trimming it up a little bit. The handsaw come in great. I had one. Don't have one now. I got the next best thing, which is a jigsaw. straightening it up a little bit, and maybe small gaps we might use a little bit of clay or something. Basically just trimming it up real good, and kind of looks good already, to be honest with you. Just trim it up a little bit, and the skin's going to fold over and staple in the back just like it would on a deer head. Same thing. Pretty good at taking that stuff off too. That sprout rougher. Eats that foam right off. Any place you got a little flashing or something, this will take care of it real good. Plus get a high take something to adhere to a lot better. You'll get the mold release off the mold, probably got a little minute amount. And, so this will help with that. Let's see. It takes that stuff right off. If the foam's extending past your piece of wood a little bit, it'll help with that too. Sand it down with this. Salmon block or something, and like blemish areas, like where it's not exactly, there's like indentions, dents and stuff. You can fill them with clay. I mean, clay will work good enough. And we'll just manicure it up, make it look real good. Plus the skin's going to wrap around it, and I'll take some of this off, But a little water on there. Spread it out real good. And water there. You get the idea. We cut that metal piece off. And I got that pretty good, surprisingly better than I thought I was going to. There you go. Spray with a little bit of water. Now we're going to take care of the cape. Hang that guy like on a deer head stand to finish him out, just like you would a deer head. If you remember, I already sawed his head off. I just got a hook, 10-gauge wire, a hook with a point on the end. That's what I use for my turkeys. Skinning them out just like I would any other animal, Let gravity help me out. On that membrane that separates the meat from the neck. You see that membrane. I'll get back to you when we do something a little bit different. I'll just keep going down with it. You can kind of right here at like the ears, I guess you could say. I can tell just, I don't know, it's, I guess where I've done it so much, but I may bring it down a little bit right here in the jaws. Still a little froze, of course, but Should be able to cut through here and find some ear canals. What I'm hoping for. And maybe on the ear canal right now. Getting close to the ears. So I know that somewhere right in here is the ear canal. It should be right here. Might have to do a little cutting. Sometimes I cut a little deeper than I'm supposed to. But I can see the canal. There it is. Basically cut through the canal and then roll the ear. There's the canal. And I roll the ear and everything with it down. Takes a while for me to get my bearings here. What's going on? Okay, here's the other one. I think this is ear canal right here. This is just muscle. Main thing is I'll kind of grab that canal and help it out. It gives me an idea of where to put my blade too. Just getting that ear out. I'm kind of rolling everything, is what I'm doing. Look at that. So it helps me with all the guesswork. Because I have cut through all this muscle and everything. Eventually it'll skin him out, but it's a lot more than you have to, skin out. Okay, right here on this ear, same thing. And I got the ear here. Skin on the back of the ear. On the other side of the canal, there's a little bit right here. I just kind of visualize it. I get a little bit of a, I don't know the exact word, but you get a sense of what you're supposed to cut and what you're not supposed to. And it helps out a lot. Where we are. Ears intact, haven't cut through the ears or nothing. And we're just rolling forward with everything. Top of the skull. Then we're going to get to the eyes. Well, probably the lower jaw first, then the eyes. The eyes are usually the last thing. Maybe a little bit on the snout, but everything comes off. So a little bit of dry preservative on there helps. Kind of dry it out where you can grab. And little jaw. So I know I skipped out some of the lower jaw, so we'll be on it pretty soon. Just takes a little bit of an eye to see it ahead of time. Yeah, here's the inside corner of the mouth. I can feel it. Okay. You think there's trappers that do this stuff all the time. They know it well. I know there's some back teeth here, so I'd rather cut too much, not enough. Here's some of that back lip. That side's more than good enough. Yeah, I got one side good, the other side not so good. But we're even made up for it now. Plenty of gum. Look at all that gum. Inside corner of the mouth, plenty. In good shape. This side the same way. I did a good job on that. I mean, I got to one side from the outside, is what I'm getting at. See, look at all that inside corner of the mouth. Good enough, already done. Now as the eyes, I can feel the eye socket, I can see it. And now that. So that's got real good. The good thing about the eyes is that's basically a little bit of gravity right there helping you out. And the eyes is about the only thing holding it. Feel the eye socket is right here. I can feel it. And I think we got the tear duct from the other side, if I'm not mistaken. But basically, yeah, there's the eye socket. And what I want to do is get the very back corner. And what it is that you're cutting through, and then I see where the skin kind of gets thin, and when I cut through that thin skin, that is I can see the pupil already, and that's good. I want to go through that thin skin where I can see the pupil. You can see it's a little bit dark. That's his pupil. And I want to get at the very back corner. There's the pupil. And this is the skin around the eyeball. And there, that's his eyelid. Wow. What's real easy to screw up here. There's this tear duct. There's that eyelid. Gravity's going to let everything hang down. There's this side, same thing on this side. There's the back corner of the eye socket, the bone. That's where I'm going to try to go through that. Back corner of the eye socket here. I can see it. You can see that pupil of the eye and all that good stuff. There it is. Okay. I can see the pupil. My goal is to go through the skin the tear duct area out without putting a hole in this guy. It's real easy to do. You see right here, there's his eye on this side. It's super easy to do. Let me try to go in. His head's in an odd position because it's froze. So I'll go in there and cut to make sure I don't cut anything. I get in there and do a real good job. There's the tear duct area. There it goes. So his tear duct's intact. Wow. Got it. There he is. Okay, I got him marking a solution of like salt water. I've got like, oh gosh, a lot of salt. I got like 5 things of salt in there, 5 16-ounce things of salt in there. I mean, it's probably only a couple of gallons, maybe 3 at most. And I got it mixed up real good, and I got the Coyote skin in there. Just seems like the salting them real good one way or another. Or just like with dry salt or whatever. It seems like it keeps the hair from slipping. So I like to do it when I can, especially on deer heads. It really works. So I like to use that salt just to set the hair, kind of. Oh, and setting the hair means basically bacteria starts getting in the skin and making hair fall out and stuff. And setting the hair, basically the salt sets the hair, basically kills the bacteria that makes the hair start falling out, and it just kind of saves the life of them. And that's what salt does. It kills bacteria real good. And it also helps buy me some time if it's an iffy cape. The salt does help kind of set the hair. Okay, I went ahead and took him out of the salt water solution, and I'm going to go ahead and just at least get the vital parts like his ears and stuff. Go ahead and skin them out. And it's probably good to use a paper towel or something to get some of the moisture off this guy. The dry preservative does it too. But we still haven't washed him yet, so we're going to wash him. But I'm going to go ahead and get a lot of this stuff off. And go ahead and get the ears and get this guy on his way to being washed and degreased and all that good stuff. These guys don't give you a whole lot of time to mess around with them. They start to go bad. You know, unless you've got them like a wet tan job done on them or something, you really something to buy you a little bit of time. And you kind of like probably got to go ahead and do this while it's good and fresh. So the first thing I'm going to do is get the eyes. Basically, I use straight edge razor blades for my detail work, and I use X-Acto knives for like cleaning skull caps and even doing ducks, like when I do ducks. But yeah, I can see where the skin is separating. This is the cartilage on one side and the skin on the other. And so I don't know how good you can see that, but there's a lot of videos where I do these things. Basically, I'll pull back one skin. This is starting up the ear, from the base of the ear. And you just keep going like this. The salt will buy you some time, but only for a while. So I'm going to go ahead and get everything while he's still good and fresh. You know, we just got him off the head not long ago, so we're going to go ahead and get all that stuff off of him while we can. Excess meat come right off. There's the ear canal. I leave the ear canals on because that way you don't get like Bondo all over your deer. So I'm going to do one ear and one eye, and you'll get the idea. The other one's done the same way. Okay, see this? This is the start of the ear where it goes up the back of the head. Just keep separating. Seeing the membrane, run your blade over it. All this stuff at the bottom, you can almost not, really don't need it. But I'll go ahead and skin the ear out first. Basically, it's using 2 fingers, stretching the membrane, run that blade over it. Basically, everything is working towards the tip of the ear. And we'll even make sure we get that, Kind of midways up the ear already, kind of. So, a lot of this stuff will come off. I'll show you what I mean. We basically want the base of the earbud, I guess you could say. This bottom part is going to go up against the top of the head. Let's see what we got. So now you've mainly got, just like on a deer head or something, you got the main cartilage of the ear. And got some loose meat that you go ahead and get now if you want to. Keep working it up. Kind of right here at the bottom. Inside the corner of the ear where it starts to go up. Right here. You can see the cartilage trying to work its way out here. Let's help it out a little bit. On this side. This side. Quickly, which is always good. And sometimes I'll get like a little bit of a sharpening steel or something, and gives me a little bit of help. And like on a deer, so you can just kind of use your hands and work with it a little bit. Not so much on a coyote. They got real tender ears and stuff. You don't want to be pulling and tearing. You can almost use like the side corner of the blade, right there on the end. It may help you a little, as far as like maybe don't push it too hard or something. And that's what I'm relying on to skin this ear out. Blade here, and try to get these corners a little bit better. Basically, I just poke the sharpening steel through there till I see a little bit of white membrane, and that's how I proceed to skin the ears out on this guy. We get the idea, so I'm using the sharpening steel, poking up into here, so I can get these corners real good. Okay, I got this ear skin out. Now using the sharpened steel, going up in there to help turn it out. And I think I've got it for the most part. Can you see? And then of course I'll get my membrane off here and get what meat I can off the ear cartilage. I get what I can first without it. Just using leverage between my fingers and stuff. But all this will come out. Do a really good job. There's a little meat that can come off. A little bit. Right here is I don't know what it is. A little bit of meat right there that can come off. Right in here. Try that. If it'll come off, I'll take it off. That's for sure. And get all this stuff off. Then you go to the next ear and do the same thing. Okay. I tend to work towards the eye, the eye hole, instead of away from it. But it's whatever you feel comfortable with. But all this loose skin, I go ahead and cut it off because I don't need it. There's that corner of the tear duct. I want to leave that. And get all this off. I go right up to that black. It's around the eye. Go ahead and start. It's going to go pretty quick. All this meat around here. Now you've got whiskers, so you got to kind of like be, it helps to be consciously aware so you don't cut all your hairs out. I mean, it's going to happen, of course. But, you got hair follicles in there. You don't want to cut them all. Like, there's like little eyebrow hairs and stuff like that. You don't want to cut them if you can keep from it, But at the same time, it's going to happen. To get the closer I can to the eye. With a good sharp razor you can. So I cut through some of those little eyebrows. I cut through like 2 of them. But there's a bunch I didn't cut through, so I'm good with that. I'm real close to the eyelid here on this side too. I get as close as I can with that razor. Get all that I can. And we may want to just get the outer stuff first and get a little bit more detailed, a little bit later. But everybody develops their own little technique for getting this stuff off. So I'm getting real close around that black room as I live. That's the way we're doing. Here I'm at the pure duct right now. This is the tear duct right here. Okay. And that looks pretty good already. So we're going to leave well enough alone, I think. Sure to get the meat from around it. Everything. See how I got real close around here? I can go back and trim it up a little bit right here. Get some of that off. Get some of that off. And of course there's some whiskers up here up top. Basically, I got this eye, all the meat around it, you know, I trimmed it down good. Right here a little better. You see, I got this eye real good. Of course, all the meat around it, you want to get it off too. You may put it back on like a flesh and bean or something, use a knife or something maybe. You got a good sharp knife. That's how I do the eyes. And just watch out, you got some eyebrow hair follicles for his eyebrows and above and below. And you don't want to cut through if you can keep from it. You know, you want those hairs in there. There's the upper, okay, that's pretty much it. Okay. And you might want to keep going back and getting closer and closer. You can do that. But I'm going to go ahead and get the other eyelid and I'll show you what we do next. Okay, we got the ears and the eyes. The rest of this, you know, can be done around with a flesh and bean. It's a lot to do by hand with a razor blade. So we're going to split the lips. I'm going to start here at the nose and start backing, try to back out some of this cartilage if I can. Here in the inside corner of the mouth is a good place to start. And there's whiskers around, you want to try to be careful, you know. Here we are separating it. It's got to come down the inside corner of the mouth. Maybe you can pull with your thumb and look for a membrane or something. You rake your razor over it and bring it on down. I wanted to save all this lip because it comes in real handy on these open mouths. Might have to take a little load off. I just use my thumb and peel back and see that membrane coming off. Membrane coming off. This is go all the way around the mouth of the Coyote this way. I use my pointing finger, kind of. And if I feel a ridge, I rake my razor over where I think the ridge is coming from and split the lip. You'll feel that ridge dissipate. So that's kind of what I'm doing. Sometimes I use my middle finger a lot to do that. So remember, just like you do on a deer or any animal, it's just going to be an open mouth. So instead of cutting the excess off, we're going to use it. You know. So come around here. See it splitting and separating. I can see the crease. I just run my razor blade right now. No, with that crease and watch my lips separate. Come on down here. A lot of whisker follicles right here. This is snout. So right here it's separating. Now, get my thumb pulled back. Get all that separate. You can see there's his lip coming all the way around. And his hair follicles under here are biggest. That's his main whiskers. You don't want to get those if we can keep from it. See that black stripe, which is the lip, needing to be turned. And I run my razor right down the middle of it. And I get everything separated. Now you're back on the other side of the lip line again. Go ahead and start peeling that down. So you get the idea. You separate, split the lips, and go all the way down, and go all the way around. You do this little bit here. Basically, I just cut on the inside of that skin and go straight down. I'll show this one a little bit and then you'll know what's going on. Okay, this is the lower lip. Still feel that little crease. I'll run my razor over it. And I'll feel it disappear. Now the lower lip is very narrow. Okay, we split the lips. We went all the way around. See, the lips are like, they're not up, they're split. Literally, that's what they're called. Right here. See, I cut through one right there. Okay, I see another one. I basically want to rake over them hair follicles instead of going through them. So I kind of, more of a raking motion. Eliminate cutting through all the hair follicles. It's easier said than done on these coyotes, but kind of a raking motion. Not so much right here, but where the whiskers are. So I go from a slicing motion to more of a raking motion. So I went through those little whiskers, just kind of rake over them. Didn't want to cut through them. Okay. Hair around my nose, there's a little bit of excess. To get that red meat off where I can, you know, as I can. And what I do, right here, I'll go in between those hair follicles and do like a little bit of a crosshatch pattern. Make sure that preservative gets down in there. And I still want to be kind of careful with it. Kind of see the deal there. Kind of a crosshatch pattern in between those whiskers, and kind of a crisscross. And that'll keep those from, you know, falling out, and they'll preserve real good. Now here on the lip line, of course, you've got your skin, and I tend to go this way. I go all the way around. I'll go this way. Go all the way around. And cut off that excess meat off the lips. Like this. Like this. Right here. This is the very front of his snout right below his nose. I'll get all that. Just come down with it. On the other side, go all the way around. Basically go all the way around and get all that red meat off. That's what we're doing, because all this is going to be tucked into the coyote. Unless we have to trim some of it, which is very possible. You got your inside corner of your mouth right here. You just rake it. There's like a layer of red meat on there. And you just rake it off. He's starting to dry out where I salted him. And we're saving all this. It's going to tuck inside his mouth. So, I showed you how to do the whiskers on this side. You do the other side the same way. Just try to rake over them instead of cutting through them. You know, it's always cut through them a little bit accidentally. We're going to go ahead and get the nose while we're at it. And so there's some rounding around his nose. And get all this to come off. All this off real quick, it's in the way actually. Okay, we're here on the nose. This down here is the bottom of the nose. And then here's the bridge of the nose. So going like this. Going like this on this side. And side. Okay, here is the cartilage for the nose. It's got to be skin out. I can feel him. He's got to go down. And it's got to sink down. Okay, right here above the nose. Right on the sides, some of this can come off. This side, trim it down. Basically, you're going around until this is as far down as it'll go. Here's the bridge on top of his nose. I can feel that it can come down quite a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and take it down just a little bit. Okay, it's starting to dry a little. Okay, but I can see that little white membrane. And I run my razor blade over it. Right here in the middle. Forwards. And all this flesh comes off the outer extremities. It comes off. We're going to take it off. Right down here, this comes off. Comes off. cut that side pretty good. Maybe a little bit left right here. This side's coming off. I'll cut down pretty far. I don't want to destroy the way the nostrils look on the outside, but I will get close from this side. I'll go in and cut through all that stuff. When I cut through, I may even angle kind of inwards a little bit and get some of this down below it. Get all that stuff off. That's kind of what we got. We still got our inner workings still. I may even go a hair bit more. Or just trim around this outside a little bit better. If I can get a little bit more of this off. Okay. Got pretty good on both sides of this. And even down a hair bit more. A little bit more of that nose off. I'll do a little bit more. I don't want to go too much more. And I don't want to destroy all that inside anatomy of the nose. I want to cut up to it, but I don't want to cut it off, if you know what I mean. And that's about good enough for me. So everything still looks good on the outside, and we'll go right on the form. Everything will look good. And I'll trim it up, get some of this meat off the sides here. Okay. Well, that's how you do it. So I lift some of that, cut in between the hair follicles, trim the eyes. I got this side to do, but I've already showed you how to do this side. Trim the meat off the off your lips. So I kind of showed you that already. Okay. Well, we'll get this done and we'll start boning on in here. Back to the fleshing again. And down here, now this is the lower mouth. I showed you kind of like the cheeks and the whiskers and all that. I've gotten down to the lower jaw here. And a bunch of hairs right here. You can see a bunch of little hair follicles. So I don't want to go through those. I may go in between them with my razor blade, where that dry, to help with the dry preservative getting down in there. And then I'm sure he'd be fine, you know. Get down in there around them follicles and what have you. The hair follicle there, so I know to avoid that one, of course. You get down here, there's a weird, I don't know what the material is, but it's on the lower jaw, like deer have it, coyotes have it. I'll get in there and cut some of it off and then do a crosshatch pattern so the dry preservative gets down in there real good and preserves down in there. But I'll show you what I mean. It's like a row of follicles there. Let's see, there's some more on this side. These razors are sharp, but they're only sharp for like a minute. And then they get dull real quick. Not sure what's up with that. Okay. Right in here, there's some like weird padding material. It's right on the lower jaw. And a lot of times I'll help it out by, might could even go get down in there a little bit better. Get some of that off. But there, it's like some kind of weird padding material. A lot of animals got it. Just do a crosshatch pattern. Kept that dry preservative get down in there real good. If there's like a competition mount or something, you'd be going between every one of those follicles, getting out the meat. Cutting, you know, a little bit different than like just doing commercial taxidermy and stuff like that. But it's a little bit of a crosshatch pattern that will help get down through that padding like material. Getting the face pretty good. Gotta get some around here. All this has got to come off. It's like a little thin layer of meat that I got to get off. Knife would be good. If they got special little fleshing beams you can use, but I don't have one, so I'm going to do what I can with a razor blade on the face, then use a knife on the body part, just like a fleshing knife, and get it all off. Okay, now I got pretty much the face, but as far as like the body, I'm just going to do it like I would if I was on a fleshing beam, and just slowly carve that stuff off with preferably a good sharp knife, and just get that meat a-rolling, and it comes right off, see? But you can do this on a beam also, fleshing beam. Main thing is you get it. And you just kind of I'll pull back and roll the meat off. It seems to work good for me. Then, of course, you got all your big chunks of meat down here that's got to come off. And you have to get that off before you even start fleshing. You know, the skin, you got to get this off. But that's how I roll it. And that's pretty much it. And get up under, you make another pass, and you see how the meat's just kind of coming up. You can see how it's coming up. Well, I'll make progress on this and I'll show you what I got. Get back with you a little bit later. I got this product, Kinzall degreaser, and here it says to mix 1 ounce degreaser to 20 ounces of water, soak skins for at least 1 hour. For especially greasy skins like ducks and geese, mix 1 ounce to 5 to 10 ounces of water. And paint directly on the skin, let set for 30 minutes. Place skin solution above. I think what I'm going to do is, about 1 ounce to 20 ounces of water. And let it soak for about 30 minutes. Is probably all I'm going to do. I may even make it a little bit stronger. Apparently you can be a little bit lax and make it stronger, and it's not going to hurt anything. So I'm going to go, I may go like 2 ounces per 20 ounces of water or something like that. Maybe a little bit stouter. He is kind of greasy. Now luckily on my little spray bottle, I've got a thing right here, like on the left is the ounces. So basically all I'll do is I'll fill it up to 20, put a couple ounces of this, fill this back up to 20, put a couple ounces of this, and make it kind of stout. And I'll probably do about 40, maybe 60, just enough to cover that skin. So that's kind of what I got going on. That's what I'm going to do. It looks like right here, I'm right at about 20 ounces, pretty close. So I'm going to put one in there like that. And then I guess I'm going to get about 2 ounces of this. It says 1 ounce. I may go 1 ounce. I don't know. 1 or 2, something like that. It's not super greasy, but probably go 2 ounces, which is the bottom one right here. You can barely see it. That's 2 ounces. It's pretty darn close. Okay, with it being even, it is right at 2 ounces. So and I repeat the process. 20 ounces of water, about 1 ounce of the degreaser. It's probably better to stick to the rules. 20 ounce of water is 1 ounce of the degreaser. It says let it sit for about an hour. I'm going to go about 30 max. And it is going to be a little bit more potent. Okay, then I get my little tape. And make sure it's good and submerged. A lot of times I like to use little rocks and stuff to get them to submerge. I'll let that sit for about, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. Okay, now I'm just going to wash and rinse. So, just use a good dish soap. Dawn or Ajax is what I use. And wash it real good and then rinse it. While he's wet, go ahead and start putting this stuff on. Get him real good on his head here. Those lips. Make sure that's in there real good around that padding right there on that lower jaw there. Those whiskers, make sure that preservative gets down there around those follicles real good. Here's around the nose. Make sure that's down in there as good as it'll go. Eyes real good. Definitely the ears. We're going to re-invert these ears here in just a little bit. Got his face real good. we're going to re-invert this guy. We're going to re-invert the ears here. This might actually help a little bit. Using the sharpening steel to kind of get a little bit of help here. There we are. Nicely done. There we go. Okay, now we're going to bondo the ears, and he's going to be ready to mount. Just a couple of pieces of cardboard for bondo for the ears. About 2 equal parts bondo for each ear. And a lot of times I just kind of eyeball the ear. It gives me an idea about how much I need. I'm sure that's enough right there even. I'd rather have too much than not enough, for sure. Have some spare pieces tore off already. And I'll grab it here. I'll invert it, but I want to leave enough where I can pull on the end of the ear and re-invert it. So I control how much I actually pull the ear through. I guess it's a good way to put it. I definitely like getting all that on there though. You know, getting all the bondo on that ear. I probably want to control how much hardener I've got. So I'm not going to use a lot. It's going to be very little. That's probably more than enough right there. Because I want to be able to, you know, I want to have time to do all this. Put it in the ear and all that good stuff and re-invert it and spread it. And paper towels can kind of shield stuff. You know, keep it from going everywhere you don't want it to go. It might help. See what we can do with this. Okay. There's the ear. Make sure all this is out of the way. Looks like enough bond on already. Let's see. Can be. It's in there. It's in there. Okay. Sure, it looks like a mess on the inside there. We've got our ear. And we've got all the bond that we need. This is what we want. Nice looking ear. Go ahead and shape it out pretty good. Not a bad looking ear. Now if we want, before it gets too hard, we go in there and snip some of that old rubber and stuff off. A lot of times it's a big mess down here. I'll cut most of that earbud off. And almost waited too long. Okay. Yep, almost waited too long. Almost. That's about right. Let me see what I got here. That's pretty good. Trim just a little bit more off right here. Well, that's what we got. That's pretty. It's not bad looking here. It's about right. We'll do with that. And then we do the same to the other ear. I'll do a little bit of a pre-fit, and it looks like it's going to fit real good. Yeah. Oh yeah, easy fit. There's his nose, right Right down here, it's going to go like that. His eyes, his ears are going to go like this. His chest. That's going to, let's see, that's going to be like, basically mounting it just like I would a deer head, except it's a fox, you know. Brisket needs to come around, line the brisket up like it's supposed to be. Top part of the coyote is right there. That's pretty well on cue. Alright, he's going to be a good fit. Okay, just want to do a pre-fit. Just to see how good he's going to fit. He's going to fit great. Now I'm going to do just like on a deer head. Use a little hide paste and staple him up the back. You know, staple him on the back. Just like I would a deer head. Got my McKenzie paste that works with dry preserved skin also. So that's what I got here. And I'm just going to put it on the neck and the body and places like that, shoulders, where we did all that work. I'm gonna leave the jaw and all that alone because I'm using my good glue that I've got. All of this stuff would probably work. I'm sure it would. But I know my glue will reach right here, so I'll just go ahead and use my glue. It's a good fit. It's not tight at all, in other words. He's a good loose fit. Not super loose, but he's loose enough, if you know what I'm getting at. He's a super good fit. Super good. Line his shoulders up real good. Right there. And I'm going to staple him up the back. Make sure everything's centered good. Okay. Hammer them in, you know, so they're in there nice and good. Just like on a deer head, I'm going to turn him upside down. So here's the brisket area. Let's see. Make sure that lines up good. Make sure that lines up good. This is right in the middle. Let's see this. Of course, he hasn't got his lower jaw on yet, but we'll get that taken care of soon enough. There we go. Now we're going to start stapling on the bottom. Just kind of had to line this brisket up. Right here in the corner, I fold the corners in so I can staple them. Like right here, a lot of times I'll do it like this, fold it in, and make sure all the wrinkles, if there is any wrinkles, is on the back. Because he's going to be hanging up. Nobody's going to see all that stuff. As far as this little, the shoulder area, I think I can get away with just like throwing some pins on there, and that hide paste eventually will take hold. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. It's actually pretty stout. So, just throw some pins in there to keep everything in place as it dries. Probably can go down with it, you know, bury it in hair. That's in there pretty good. Pretty well lined up, pretty good. Now that I staple the bottom and the back, now I do the sides. Just like I would a deer. On the other side, make sure all the hair is where it needs to be, and there's plenty of hair, you know, to scoot around, whatever. So it's a good fit. Hammer them in. Put a hanger on it later, and I probably want to go ahead and maybe pin these ears up just temporarily, just to get everything, you know, kind of where it's out of the way while I'm working. So I put one there. Pins kind of like hide pullers to move my hide where I want it. Okay. Now we got a bunch of loose skin if we need it, instead of a bunch of tight skin to work with. Don't want all that tight skin, you know. We can keep from it. Pin all the skin back, you know. I've got plenty of room to glue. We got room to put that lower jaw if I just so decide. Okay, when you know everything's kind of like where you need it, like here's the shoulder area. You know, you got your glue in there. So you want that to show. There's the back, not so much on the back, of course. I may do this kind of, just like I would on a deer head, try to mat out any spots. There's a couple little mild details here. You can't really see them, but they are there. That's the main one right here. Go ahead and throw a few pins there to hold everything in place. Okay, right here. And hold everything in place. Probably don't have to sink it, just go down just to hold the glue, you know. Okay, for like all the facial gluing, except for the teeth, I'm going to use this headlock hide paste. It's good for around the eyes, details around the face. Good stuff. It's a headlock hide paste, and when you glue something, it's going to stay there. And I mixed 2 equal parts. I just got 2 equal parts, and I'm going to go ahead and mix it up together. This is the headlock hide paste. It's an epoxy. Go around. Get right up to the eye with it, but I don't get on the eye. And a lot of times I'll use reference pictures even for, you know, putting the hair in place, the eyelids. It just seems to help. I mean, I use it to put the clay on, so I might as well use it for, you know, hair color patterns and stuff. Just comes in handy. Got some cheekbones right here you want to I want them to show, so I'll put that glue down there. Any place there's like a dent, so I'll put the glue. Yeah, my main measurements for anything, eye to nose, you know, and that's the main one, the eye to nose. So you get, you know, you'll have a you have a form that's not too big. Or vice versa, too small. There's some whiskers here. You might want to put some glue on the side of the nose. Pretty much everything. When you're on the nose, you don't want your nose slipping around as he dries or whatever. So, put some stuff here. Here on the end. I think this is like 10 gauge, but I'll go through and try to okay. There you are. Okay, there's that one. Oh, it should be really close by. There it is. And yeah, it's not all the way through. Thank goodness. Okay. Now I get some reference pictures. So I make the eyes look relatively good like they're supposed to look. Reference picture for both mouths and eyes. There's a picture I like to use. Make sure everything's centered good. That corner of the eye, right there. Yeah, if you remember, there's like a black marker or something. Or I used a black marker. There was like a, you see an indentation of the inside corner of the eye. It was already there. It was just like a line. And I'll use that. The place to put pins. Uh-oh. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. There's a little hair pattern that comes off these eyes here. A little bit of eyebrow on there, it doesn't hurt. Just stick it in the glue. Okay, I kind of like the eyes the way they are. Let me flicker these up a little bit, these whiskers, just to get them ready. If you remember correctly, there's glue under there. So we kind of want them working out. You can also work it as it dries too. I've done that before. Or just kind of make sure the whiskers stay out. Make sure the nose is even. Right in there, there's right there where the cheeks are, there's some dents. You know, you want those, you know, kind of accentuated a little bit. Right in here. We'll let it dry for a little bit. So I got those ears about the same. Stuck some stuff in the ears, some wires to get them to hold them in place. That looks pretty good, look at that. Kind of like the eyes the way they are. I don't want to mess with them too much. Let me bring these down just a little. This right here, probably bring it down. All right, here's good. Already got the other side pretty much same place. And to do. Okay. I'll let him dry a little bit. We'll go ahead and put that tuck that lower lip. I think I'll tuck the lip before I put the jaw in. I think that would be wise. I don't see much benefit in just tucking some of the front and then not being able to really tuck the back without the lower jaw being glued on. So I think I may go ahead and glue the lower jaw on. But it's just so easy to get to a lot of this. I'll see what I can do with that first. And I've still got my glue. So get what I can up front anyway with the glue. Because I know I gotta have a layer of that glue in there. So make sure I got a good layer of it. Now it's a close tolerance, so I don't want, you know, like a super whole lot of it for sure. If I can get it on my finger, it might be a little better. Okay. Okay, I know it's all the way up in there, right around through there, the front here, all the way in the back. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so I'll start tucking up here up front. It's going to look like this. On the side, that's going to look like that. Here on this side, it's going to look like this. Looks pretty good just tucking with my fingers. That's pretty good. Make sure the whiskers are out, because there's glue under there. So I want the whiskers to kind of come out. I want them flat. I want them flat back, you know. Do it on both sides. Kind of bring them out a little bit. That way when the glue decides it wants to go hard, whiskers will be out. Okay, I went ahead, tuck that lower jaw up in there, and it's holding good. It's holding really good, actually. That's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and glue the lower jaw. Here is the lower jaw. Shows how the lip goes, everything. See the lower canines and all that? It all matches up pretty good. Shows how much shows and everything. Well, I'm going to shoot a little bit of glue in this lower jaw here. And some in the back. And this lower jaw is going to go like this. And I'm going to center it right in the middle. Not too much to one side, not the other. And go as far forward as I can within reason. And it looks like about, yeah, here's what I got. Let that set, leaving a little tucking room on both sides. Let that dry and stick it back up in there. And glue the back again, of course. A little bit more glue on here. Okay. Melt all that right there. Okay. Even a little up top here. I think I forgot that before. A little up top here. Add a little bit more strength to it. Okay. Let's see if we can get this in before it dries. Oh, there's the lower jaw. Okay. Let's see. That's perfect. Okay. Well, that's where it's supposed to be. Is right there. All right. Okay. Uh-oh. There we are. Okay, there we are. So I made up some more killer glue. Had to detach the jaw just to put the tongue back in. So, well, I guess we're going to run into that stuff sometimes. I'll go the inside corner of this lower jaw. And the inside corner of both the upper and lower jaw. Again, I'll put some glue there. I'll even put some right there where they connect. Kind of fill in a little bit of a gap there. Yeah, what I like to do is run right up on top, maybe even on the inside a little bit. And those whiskers keep getting right in the glue. Like this. And this side the same thing. There's not like a super lot of skin there, but I want what's there to do its job, you know. And then I'll put more on the outside. And I'll go ahead and put some on the outside. That way everything's going to hold kind of like the way I want it to hold anyways. Not a lot of skin for tucking, I guess is the right word. So, right here in that lower jaw area, I'm going to put most of it right there. That's where it's needs to be actually. And I spread the rest of it with the skin. And took all this in the lower jaw area. See, all that was tucked in there. So after this, it's kind of smooth settled. You're just waiting for the skin to do its thing, which is dry. Make sure you hit foam, not the teeth or anything. Let's see what we can do here. All this needs to be on the other side of the teeth. They will tuck, so that helps. Tuck them back in there. Good thing is with the teeth in there, you're going to be less apt to see all this. Try some fancy stuff here. Basically getting the gum to hold with pins or whatever you got to use to get it to hold. Oh, it's holding. That's holding on that side, it's holding on that side. Good. Okay. These things are not holding very easy, that's for sure. They ain't got to hold super good, they just got to hold until it dries. There we are. That'll work. Okay. We start tucking this lower one. Okay, well, now we got the lower lip. And I'm going to do all this from above. I'm going to turn him back over. Well, we know this lower lip, how it goes. Oh, this kind of tucks in right here like that. Good thing I left a little tucking room there. All this tucks around. Now this right here tucks right behind this canine here. Right there. See how much I got left. Okay, that's supposed to be kind of like that. That's supposed to be like that. You can see like a lip line, and you do want that on the outside. You do want that on the outside. You do want to control how much of it you see, though. You don't want to see a lot of it. That looks pretty good. You can see all this is supposed to tuck. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, go like that. You gotta use reference picture. You don't want too much lip showing, in other words. In other words, some of the pinning's gonna have to be done on the outside. And it kind of rounds around pretty good up front. So that's accurate. And that's about what you're wanting right there. Okay, that goes like that. Lower jaw, there's some glue down there, of course. All right. Got a little bit of loose skin, loose fit, which can be good, but I don't know. May not always be good. But he'll shrink down. That's the, make sure that dry preservative anyway, so. He will shrink down considerably. And you basically don't want a whole lot of that lower lip to show, really. But you definitely want it to, yeah, pop out like that, yeah. That's natural. Right behind the front lip there. Well, trying to control how much of this shows. You don't want a lot to show. You want enough, but you don't want, a whole lot. Like this. Okay, yeah, there we are. I'm going to take a little more out of it than that. There's still a lot showing down. Okay, hold on. Well, that's all we're doing this for. So we control what is seen through here. That looks pretty good. And he's going to shrink up considerably. Okay. So that's pretty accurate. Well, anatomically speaking, that's pretty accurate. Make the other side presentable and let it ride. That's the name of the game. Okay, I'm going to let him dry and I'll see you in about a week. It's been about a week. We're going to start taking all the pins out and everything. And do what we can to make this guy look good. So, hey, here in the back, we've got a lot of loose skin that I didn't cut, but I knew it was on the back, so it didn't bother me. I'm going to go ahead and get this stuff off. This is just in the way. It's still soft, he's not dry yet, so we're going to get back on this guy a little later. But I'll get done what I can get done. The water's easy access to all this stuff here. Doing just like I do on the deer head, stapling the skin around back, and nobody's going to see the back anyway, so I'm not worried about being on a super duper neat or anything. And all this will be stapled in the back. That's why I mounted it to a little block of wood. That way I could get behind it with my knife and cut all the excess off. I'm doing it just like I would on a deer, you know. All this has got staples. Got these new staples up there real good. Along with the old ones. And we're going to wait at least a few more days on this guy. So maybe a couple more days, let it dry real good. Well, okay, still on the Coyote. He's drying a little bit more. But I was thinking, take this out. They're really big. And I'll loosen this one. If I turn him sideways. And I'll probably just tighten it back up. I think I want to go as far to the left as I possibly can for the center of gravity reason. Got some little screws. They're not heavy duty. They ain't gotta be, you know. But here it goes. There we are. Now we'll take him off and see how he hangs. Okay, he seems to hang pretty good. I know this is particle board, and sometimes it can give you the illusion that it's not going to turn around, but I think it's pretty well. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, he seems like he fits real good, in other words. I think he's a look pretty good from what he's looking like so far. Well, the first thing I'm going to do, clean around these eyes, get all that dry preservative off. Even the lower jaw, you know, you can see a bunch coming off there. All of that's got to come off. The ears have a load of it. Okay, that's got to come out. Fluff those ears up real good, really look a lot better. Outside of the ears too. I use a bigger brush for his hair on his body, but yeah, make sure I blow dry everything off. Sometimes a good way to fluff everything up without, you know, using a blow dryer right away, go the opposite way of the hair. Now, if it's laying down that way, kind of bring it this way. Sometimes that helps really fluff things up sometimes, you know. It helps. Look at that. All fluffing up real good. Around his eyes. You want your hair color patterns where they're supposed to be, but yeah, I like that. Fluff everything up inside the ears. Plus you can get air under it when you use your blow dryer, and it'll get everything where it fluffs up real good. I like to run a blow dryer, fluff the hair up real good, and there again I run the air underneath the hair. There again, you can run that hair forward and bring a lot of that stuff up underneath his neck. I just go the opposite way of his hair, and all of it really flips everything up. Just the opposite direction of the way his hair is laying. I get that air to get up underneath there, and just come over. That hair fluffed up real good. Looks good to me. You know, some of that can probably lay back down if it looks a little bit out of whack a little bit, you know. Many things you want it to look good. Got my X-Acto knife. I like to just get that stuff off of there. Some of it comes pretty easy though. You know, put a little bit of lacquer thinner on there with a Q-tip. Basically, I just soak it real good. Put a little lacquer thinner on the Q-tip and go around the eyes. kind of loosen that stuff up, make it where it's a little bit weaker, I guess you could say. And then it comes right off. And I'm careful not to scratch the eye. It is possible to scratch eyes. I've done it before, but not often. But yeah, you just got to be careful. So that already looks 100 times better. And then we'll put epoxy sculpt in there and fill in any gaps that we feel we got to fill in. And I also shake the eyes a little bit because sometimes they don't dry exactly, right uniformly. The glue only holds it so good, especially the dry preserve. So try to get them to look presentable and uniform as possible. Sometimes that takes a little bit of, even while you're, looking at the anatomy of the eye, look at a good picture, even when you're finishing them out, because, when you're painting and sculpting the stuff around the eyes, you can do a little bit of anatomical work to make it where it matches better, if that makes any sense to you. Sometimes the skin shifts, sometimes the glue shifts a little, and it's to what extent, as opposed to how much work you got to do to still make the eye look good and realistic. If that makes any sense to you. Good sharp knife and some lacquer thin, usually gets the job done pretty good. I've been doing quite a few of these lately, also fox heads, but they got fox heads. I think I've seen groundhog head shoulder mounts, coon shoulder mounts. So I guess these are they're a better alternative than a full body mount. For sure they're going to be cheaper, Sometimes the customer just doesn't have the room. But I could definitely see something like a solid black Coyote, which I mount one on my channel. I could see why one of those would want to be a full body mount, if they got the room, of course. And we're using my reference picture again, pretty much from the start to finish. I'm always using that reference picture. And see the eye drop down out here a little bit. I guess the glue didn't hold real good, or there wasn't enough glue, or something like that. Here on the inside, it's done perfect. If anything, these wrinkles down in here, I'll fill them up. Like where I put the needles in, it created a little bit of a wrinkling effect. And I'll cover those back up and paint them brown, and it'll never be noticeable. It's this area where there is no hair. Kind of the inside corner of the tear duct. When the stuff shrinks, it goes a lot of different areas, or different ways, I guess I should say. And I kind of put it in the gaps, use the A little bit of lacquer thinner to smoothen everything. And basically remodeling the eye again to make it look like that, like his right eye, make it look like this eye. See how the pupil goes around? I want that shape of that pupil like it is. So I'm going to incorporate it again and bring it in right down in here. It was pretty, well, it was about the deepest spots right there. So okay. And it's pretty deep right here. Let's see what we got. That's pretty thick right there. That's about maybe as close as we can get it. Oh, that looks really good. Get more lacquer thinner on the Q-tip, put everything back like it was as good as you can. That's about as good as that's going to get up top. I'll leave that be. We come in about right there, yeah, right there. And that goes around. That's as deep as we can get it right there, though. That's the deepest spots right here. Of course, it's all going to be black, so it's going to look a lot better. Now we do the other eye the same way, just try to get it to work. I'll show you what I got after I work on it a little bit. Basically, we're going to try to get the right eye to look like, or his left eye, we want his left eye to look as close as this left eye as possible. We want those left eyes to match up, and they're a little bit off, as you can tell. Well, here's kind of what I got. He'll look a lot better because all that gray on there will be black. And all you're going to see is the shape of the eye, so it will look a lot better. Yep, you just got to kind of remember that all that gray is going to be black or dark brown, and you won't even see it. I've still got more of my epoxy coat. I don't let it fret me none, but I guess if you look close enough, you know that he loses some of his nose texture when I do this. But basically, I don't want his nose sagging down so much. I want it kind of even with the top of the snout. I don't want it like, you know, abrupt, like, you know, 90-degree angle going that way, you know, that way and that way. You know, you don't want the end of his nose to look like a 90-degree angle, but I kind of try to sculpt it in, I guess is the right word. So I usually just use my fingers and a glove. Okay, I know he's got some stuff there. It comes around. Now they do got artificial noses where people will cut around the nose when, you know, when they're getting ready to mount, and use a fake nose and just use super glue and glue everything in place. So that's another good thing about super glue that a lot of people, I guess, don't not always know about, but yeah, another good thing about it. And pretty much that easy. See how quick that was? Of course, it all is going to be black. Nobody's going to see a thing. Oh, of course. Good. Not abrupt on the end. You know, you don't want it to look fake, which I've done it before accidentally. Grab a Q-tip. Make sure none of it's up in the nostril area, which it isn't. Unless there needs to be some feeling going on in there. Sometimes there is. You'll see places where there's a little bit of gap between the nostril and the form in there. Sometimes there is a like a gap in here. You know, between the, you know, form and the nose. And you can fill that in. It just makes for a better looking animal, you know. Filling that empty gap between the nose and the foreman. It's usually the inside corner of the bridge. And yeah, that's where it happens. Fill that in. I'm going to get my Q-tip saturated in lacquer thinner, get in there and kind of sculpt the hole again, which is super easy to do. It doesn't take any effort, really. Whoops. There you go. He's ready to be painted. Okay, I've got a mirror brush and something real good for cleaning these ears out. I'm getting some of this old stuff off the back of the ears. The dropped dirt, you know, it gets everywhere. Just for blowing all that stuff out of his ears. All those particles and everything. I got a little base coat sealer here, and I think we're supposed to kind of like put it on actually. And, you know, a light coat of it. I'll even put some in the ears. But I've got a little natural flesh. I know it kind of depends on the coyote, for sure. I want to brighten up maybe what's a little bit dark in here, I guess. Not really just kind of tinting it, I guess you could say. Lightening it up. So I grab these hairs, move them out of the way. You can almost leave it bare. There's so much hair that you never really see it anyway. So that's another option for you. And people do your deer that way too. You know, what I'll do is I'll tend to get in there and actually take it off brush it off the hair. Either with lacquer thinner or just brush it off. I mean, either way, comes off pretty easy. Whoops. Got a little on my hands. You get the idea. It's still going through and making it onto the ear, but it's also painting the hair. So what you gotta do, you gotta take all that off. It's not hard. And as you can tell in the background, I got my own personal little coyote out there bawling. You can see right here a lot of this. It should brush out of the hair. It may be easier to use lacquer thinner because a lot of times it's trying to brush the hair out. You just brush the skin and rake all that flesh off. I have been known to, well, quite often actually, get some lacquer thinner on here. Wipe it off maybe once on a paper towel. And then work on getting it off the hair. It shouldn't be too hard. Trying to get it off the hair, you know, mainly not the skin underneath the hair, but the hair. Even right here on the end, some of this air can be brought up. And what is that dry preservative gets on there really, really good. Now, without me trying to get too complicated, I use dark brown, get everything finished out with dark brown, and I'm done with it. Okay, now I've got dark brown. This is pretty much the last color I use. I just go around the eye, get everything that's I got a little bit of a, and I know I'm going to get some on the eye. I got to spray that off again. And basically following the shape of the eye. I got my air pressure up a little bit high. Probably not good. I may go back down a little bit, but if anything, you ought to be kind of low, I think, with your air pressure. I'd say probably about 20 or so. You know, for doing around the eyes. Yeah, anytime you do detail work, whether it's a fish or anything, it helps have that air pressure down. Let's fix those eyes up before we go on to the nose, and I'll even go back to the reference picture for that. You know, sometimes, you know, you can do that. A little bit loud with the paint, of course. Bad for doing that. That one. And then you paint it all up here, of course. None whatsoever. Here. See what this does is this brushes it right off. That's what it does. Helps blend it a little bit, brush it right off. That's kind of what it's doing. Most of that is taken off. Sorry, I have to get in the way because that's just the nature of it. Okay. Like the thinner on a Q-tip, roll it one time in a paper towel so it don't get like super drippy or anything. And I start the slow methodical thing of cleaning these eyeballs off. What I'll do is I'll get the center with a Q-tip and scrape the outer corners with an X-Acto knife. And that's how I get them looking good. I trim them up with an X-Acto knife and try to save time by getting the middle. These nowadays, I'm always in a hurry to get things done. You know, although that's not good, it does help you get a little quicker, maybe more efficient. Just trying to get what I can, you know, with a Q-tip. Then I'll get the outer corners with my X-Acto knife. It has an effect on how the eye is, you know, how the shape is. So we take that into consideration a little bit. Sometimes the paint itself kind of helps you uniform things out. That's what I did. Not the best way to go about doing it, but just scraping the paint off around the eyelids, and I'll show you what I got when I get a little bit done, because I'm just in the way right now. Taking off some of that paint, you know, on the outer extremities, trimming it up real good, making it look good, and we'll see what we got. Well, here's kind of what I got. Now we're going to go to the nose. Down the nose, same thing. Where the nose turns into the skin, where the hair starts. Kind of want to be careful with that. Plus, it's a dual action airbrush. I can always, you know, go back, pull back on the trigger. In other words. Of course, under here it tapers down into a little streak. You know, before it goes to the inner side corner of the lip. So I'll get here and get all that real good. Now that I got his nose, see, I get the side stuff on his lips. You can see it pretty good from the front. I just want to get what's black, and I have been able to use a brush. And you really want to keep things down like they're supposed to be. You don't want to overspray on the teeth too much. You're going to keep running. Front here. And if you want to use, get real intricate with it, and get an airbrush, or use a regular brush and get close to that gum line, you know. I may do that anyway. There we go. Carding helps. You can card like you would if you carding a fish fin. You don't want excess paint to go everywhere. That helps out a lot. Looks pretty good. If you have a bit of overspray, you can get it back up with a brush. Paint dries really quick. It's not water-based. And now I'm just going to do a little shading inside the ear, not much. I'll move the hair out of the way, just to add a little bit of depth, I guess you could say. Good enough for that one. Basically making it about like it was, except it's not bare skin, it's been painted. So, and that always helps. I'm just going to go outer extremity here. Just want to see a hint of it. You can see it in the reference pictures. It goes all the way down. Oops. about like that. Just want to see a hint of it. This one's same way, very outer extremity. I don't want to get too carried away, of course. There we are. I'll touch it up with a brush. Well, the toothbrush works great, but this seems to be what I can find on hand. And you can get some of this off the end, and it actually brings out the brighter paint again. And that looks really cool. So it comes off pretty easy. And we get a little bit of gloss top coat. And this guy's going to be done. We're going to call it quits on him. His nose real good. Mouth. Even the teeth and his tongue. If you get that tongue real good, you want that wet look. That's what we're after. That wet look. Several coats as opposed to one good big one. Get those eyes real good. Well, he's done. And I don't think he looks too bad. This is how I do a coyote.